Okay, distinguished delegates, a very good morning to all of you. I hope that you have had a pleasant evening and a good night's rest and are fully prepared to another interesting day of discussions. Before we start, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ren for some housekeeping announcements, please.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates. Hope you all had good rest yesterday. As informed yesterday, so please note that at 12:30 today, a side event entitled Opportunities and Challenges, Stringent Vehicle Emission Standards and Electric Vehicle Technology for Heavy-Duty Vehicles in ASEAN countries will take place in Conference Room 3 at 12:30 hours today. Also, allow me to remind you that the meeting room C and D are at the disposal of those delegations wishing to have bilateral consultations. And for this purpose, you can contact your liaison officer for the necessary arrangements. Finally, an evaluation questionnaire has been distributed to the desk of each delegation to seek your views on the relevance, effectiveness, and quality of this session of the Committee on Transport. So distinguished delegates, please complete the questionnaire to help improve future sessions by the end of this committee session. So if you must depart early, kindly complete the questionnaire prior to your departure. So please drop your completed questionnaires in one of the boxes located near the exit. So thank you for taking the time to provide the Secretariat with your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ren. Distinguished delegates, as I understand, there are interventions from the delegations which could not be delivered yesterday under agenda item 3A. In this connection, we will start today with deliberations on the agenda 3, major issues in transport, sub-item A, efficient and reliable transport and logistics networks and mobility for economic growth. I now invite further interventions on the agenda item 3A. I'd like to request delegates to confine their intervention on this particular agenda item within 3 minutes. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate from Mongolia. Please, the floor is yours. I think our distinguished colleague from Mongolia is not ready yet. In that case, I would like to invite the distinguished representative from Republic of Korea. Please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Oh Gong-myung, Director of the International Cooperation and Trade Division of MOLIT, the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport of Republic of Korea. It is my great pleasure to meet you all at this 7th ESCAP Committee on Transport and have the opportunity to speak on this valuable session. We are witnessing new mobility emerging in the rapidly changing transport environment at the post-pandemic era. Furthermore, the mobility industry is getting more and more important as the foundation of a national economy, as well as a key growth engine for the future. In response to this massive change, we need to be fully prepared to move ahead. Now that ICT and innovative technologies are converging amid the fourth industrial revolution, The ROK announced the roadmap of mobility innovation last September and is entering a new mobility era. First of all, this roadmap aims to maximize mobility by providing services from a consumer perspective. It also seeks to improve the quality of services as existing services are being automated and platformed with the advent of new technologies such as autonomous driving, urban air mobility, and digital transformation. In line with this, the ROK supports the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific to enhance the transport connectivity of the countries in special situations. The ROK will continue these efforts by working closely with ESCAP and the international community for more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive transport in Asia and the Pacific. A decade earlier, the ROK stepped up efforts to cooperate with ESCAP and has made contributions to sustainable development in Asia by enhancing transport connectivity and safety. In supporting ESCAP's transport initiatives, the ROK and ESCAP have conducted a joint project every year, and our ongoing project is about promoting the utilization of transport big data from smart transport systems in the Asia Pacific region. This project aims to increase the awareness, knowledge, and capacity of transport planners and policymakers to access and formulate policies and strategy by using transport big data from smart transport systems, and is also expected to make concrete contributions to digitalization of transport of member countries. I sincerely hope that all member countries participating in this meeting engage in fruitful discussions and share best practices to achieve our shared goal of establishing sustainable transport system and services. Thank you.
I thank distinguished representative of Republic of Korea, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative from Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia would like to provide an update on environmentally sustainable transport system and services under Agenda Item 3B. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, together with the Ministry of Transportation and the Ministry of Industry, are setting up a 2060 net zero emission roadmap for the energy sector, including efforts towards NGA in the transportation and industrial subsector. The government of Indonesia, through the Ministry of Environment and Forestry in 2021, has compiled the 2050 long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience document and has submitted to the UNFCCC. And Indonesia LCCF towards 2060 has three scenarios, namely current policy scenario, transition scenario, and low carbon scenario compatible with the Paris Agreement target. In September 2022, the government of Indonesia, through the Ministry of Environment and Forestry as the national focal point for climate change control, has submitted an enhanced NDC document to the UNFCCC, in which Indonesia strengthens its commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emission by increasing the greenhouse gas emission reduction target in 2030. From the energy sector, especially in the transportation subsector, it is directed at increasing energy efficiency and using low carbon fuels. To support the acceleration of the transition to a more environmentally friendly transportation sector, the Ministry of Transportation of Indonesia has issued several regulations regarding the examinations, conversion, as well as the non-tax state revenues of the electric motorized vehicles. In order to reduce the amount of emissions in the transportation sector in the Greater Jakarta, MOT has built electric bus charging station at Pondok Cabe and Jati Jajar terminal to create an environment that supports electric bus operations. Apart from that, a solar power plant is also being developed at Pondok Cabe terminal so that the energy needs of terminal services can be managed independently and in an environmentally friendly manner. On a broader scale, the provision of supporting infrastructure of electric vehicle also includes the interests of business entities and individuals through a franchise system, as well as the company's contribution by providing electric motorbikes and battery swap facilities. Ministry of Transportation, together with the regional government in the Greater Jakarta area, continues to implement a pull strategy to attract people to use public transportation, including public transportation services by the services subsidies, transit-oriented areas, integration of tariff that have been carried out by the Transportation Agency of Jakarta. In order to maintain the sustainability of the maritime logistics process, especially port services, as well as support environmentally friendly port management, the government of the Republic of Indonesia has also implemented policies by prioritizing environmentally sound port management, or eco-port, in Indonesia. Implementation of onshore power supply, OPS, is one of the measures taken by Indonesia in regard of shipping decarbonization. Even though shipping sector's contribution is only less than 3% on greenhouse gas emissions, OPS become one of the mitigation actions to reduce greenhouse gas in the shipping sector. Indonesia will soon issue the circular of implementation of onshore power connection as a legal frame on this matter. We believe that OPS is more efficient in cost and ships operational and will bring benefit on environmental protection as well. In the future, we will continue to encourage the use of OPS by the shipping lines and also increase the installations of this facility in our ports, so that we can contribute to achieve our national target to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, especially from the maritime sector. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate from Indonesia, and before giving the floor to the next speaker, I would like to remind to my colleagues that at the moment we are discussing the agenda item 3, major issues in transport, sub-item A, efficient and reliable transport and logistics networks, and mobility for the economic growth. And next, I would like to give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Mongolia, please.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to extend my warmest greetings to all of you attending the 7th session of the Committee on Transport of UN ESCAP. Over the past 2 years, we have much experienced that the coordination of trade and transportation is one of the important issues that we need to focus on. Taking this opportunity, Mongolian side would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the countries for overcoming this difficult time together. Mongolia aims to increase its participation and contribution to the regional and international socio-economic integration and to expand its cooperation in every sector with other countries. At the time when the trade turnover between the regions is increasing significantly, Mongolia intends to participate in trade and transport network between Asia and Europe. to divert the freight transportation through the territory of Mongolia and to join regional logistic networks. In order to develop diversified transport network and facilitate the regional and international trade and transport, the government of Mongolia has adopted long and medium-term development policies such as Vision 2050 and the new recovery policy to intensify the construction of infrastructure and road transport, energy and telecommunication, and mining and manufacturing. Within the framework of the new recovery policy, we will focus on 6 main areas based on the active public-private partnership and close cooperation with the foreign countries. Under this medium-term policy, the new recovery policy is one of the key areas that aims to increase the capacity of transport potential and dry ports and improve the transport and logistics infrastructure in Mongolia. In this context, we have launched major railway projects in southern region of the country to be connected and to between Russia and China to expand our railway network. A total of 1,700 kilometers of railways are planned to be built in the several coming years. As a goal of facilitating the transportation and improving border crossings, we have fully completed Western Road Corridor as a part of AH4 route of the Asian Highway Network. So the Mongolia, China, and Russia already started its trilateral transit road transportation along this Asian Highway Network AH4. Regarding the progress in the road transport sector, we are pleased to inform that intergovernment agreement on international road transport along the Asian Highway Network, signed by the Mongolian, Russian, and Chinese governments, has been successfully implemented over past years. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to ESCAP for a great support to the implementation of this open agreement, and I'm very confident that we will continue our cooperation in further activities, and the other countries will join us, will access to this multi-government agreement for the pilot transportation within the agreement. In addition, we would like to cooperate with the ESCAP in the operation of National Committee on Transport of Mongolia, which has been just established this month by the government of Mongolia in order to monitor the implementation of international treaties and the agreements on transport which Mongolia has joined, in order to expand the cooperation in transport sector and to improve its legal framework. Also, I'm very pleased to mention that National Workshop on Planning for Resilient and Inclusive Public Transport System in Ulaanbaatar was successfully organized by ESCAP jointly with the government of Mongolia in September 2022. And this workshop was a great place to discuss the importance of developing reliable, accessible, and high-quality public transport system to attract users and reducing the emissions caused by vehicles. In order to promote the best result, the National Committee on Reduction of Road Transport Traffic Congestion of Mongolia has been actively working with the relevant organizations. As a member state of the Intergovernment Agreement on Dry Ports, we focus on the establishment of dry ports in big cities of Mongolia, and including the capital city Ulaanbaatar, which are significantly important for the facilitation of trade and transport to increase the transportation. We hereby would like to highlight the importance of supporting cooperation of all countries in the implementation of the dry ports agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, Mongolia will be closely cooperating with you in all aspects of transport to develop international trade in transport and logistics networks, to build its infrastructure and to be better connected, and to create conditions to seamless and safe transportation. I wish you a great success, and thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Mongolia. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tajikistan, please.
Уважаемые коллеги, слышно меня?
Да, вас слышно.
Уважаемый председатель, уважаемые участники и коллеги, доброе утро. Я Сайфулло Кадиров, начальник управления международных отношений Министерства транспорта Республики Таджикистан. Прежде всего, я хотел бы от имени Министерства транспорта Республики Таджикистан выразить благодарность секретариату ESCAP ООН за приглашение принять участие на данную сессию. Данная сессия позволит нам обсудить вопросы развития транспорта и логистики с акцентом на роль интеграции системы мультимодальной перевозки в обеспечении международного сотрудничества, внедрение экологически устойчивых транспортных систем, цифровизации, возможности и проблемы, стабильности и устойчивого развития между нашими странами, а также рассмотреть вопросы дальнейшего сотрудничества. Активизация сотрудничества в транспортной сфере на региональном и международном уровне является важным составляющим условием глобального устойчивого развития. Уважаемые коллеги, Республика Таджикистан, являясь развивающей страной, не имеющей доступа к морским портам, прилагает все усилия для развития транспорта и определила стратегическую цель, направленную на превращение страны в удобную транзитную страну. При этом развитие взаимосвязанности, эффективных экономических и транспортных коридоров считаем необходимым и особо важным. Учитывая это, на сегодняшний день нами активно ведется работа по использованию мультимодального коридора Таджикистан, Узбекистан, Туркменистан, Иран, Турция. Использование данного коридора считаем эффективным с точки зрения сокращения расстояний и уменьшения затрат на перевозки грузов по отношению к существующих коридоров, а также достижения целей устойчивого развития. Еще одним преимуществом данного коридора является его соединение через автомобильную дорогу территории Таджикистана с Китайской Народной Республикой, что способствует возрождению Великого Шелкового пути и региональной экономической интеграции. Поэтому, используя данную возможность, просим содействия Комитета по транспорту, экономической и социальной комиссии для стран Азии и Тихого океана и стран-участников данного коридора по внедрению данной инициативы. Хочу отметить, что при поддержке ESCAP и других международных организаций недавно в городе Душанбе нами была проведена международная научно-практическая конференция на тему «Логистика и ее преимущества в развитии транспортных сообщений Таджикистана с государствами региона», что основной целью было развитие транспортных инфраструктур, логистики и мультимодальных перевозок. В то же время, учитывая новые вызовы, в Республике Таджикистан большое значение придается развитию городского транспорта и внедрению системы цифровизации в транспортной отрасли. В связи с этим благодарим ESCAP за проводимые мероприятия, в том числе 2-3 ноября в городе Баку, что будет способствовать эффективной реализации данных систем и обмена передовыми опытами по данному направлению. Также мы признательны ESCAP за выбор города Душанбе в качестве целевого города для реализации проекта усиления интеграции систем общественного транспорта с использованием цифровых технологий в городах Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона для достижения ЦУР-11, то есть целевого устойчивого развития, в области устойчивого развития на период до 2030 года. Уважаемые коллеги, в рыночной экономике для достижения целей устойчивого развития очень важно обеспечить эффективную работу транспорта с акцентом развития мультимодальной системы перевозок и активизация логистического сектора. Обеспечение конкурентоспособности транспортной системы, использование транзитного потенциала страны, улучшение региональных инвестиций и развитие рыночных отношений тесно связаны с развитием логистики в наших странах. Нам хорошо известно, что наличие современных логистических центров и сухих квартир в международных транспортных коридорах является залогом эффективного использования транзитного потенциала страны. В связи с этим полагаем важным объединить усилия государств-членов ESCAP и региона для интеграции логистических центров наших стран с целью получения максимальной эффективности от развития международных грузоперевозок в пространстве стран Азии и Тихого океана. В завершение хотел бы отметить, что Таджикистан привержен активному сотрудничеству в рамках международных организаций и всегда открыто для позитивного сотрудничества в области транспорта. Пользуясь случаем, желаю всем вам доброго здоровья и успехов. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Tajikistan. Next, I call upon the distinguished delegate from Thailand to take the floor. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the relief from the COVID-19 pandemic, international travel and freight transport have significantly increased in the region and across the world. With this projected trend, efficient infrastructure transport and logistics services are considered to be critically important. Thailand is committed to enhancing regional connectivity to achieve greater efficiency, sustainability, and resilience of the regional transport network. There are several completed or ongoing projects that Thailand would like to update on the implementation of the ASEAN Highway Network, the Trans-ASEAN Railway Network, and dry port. First of all, Thailand has realized the need for urgent development of rail infrastructure to facilitate the growth of domestic and regional transport, including the development of Trans-ASEAN Railway Network. In this regard, and highlighted ongoing projects include double tracking and new line construction project. The civil work of the first phase of double tracking covering about 700 kilometers would be completed by 2023 next year, and priority project in phase 2 would follow. Additionally, the construction of 322 kilometer new line from Den Chai to Chiang Rai to Chiang Khong in northern of Thailand start this year and would take 6 years to be completed. To enhance railway connectivity with the neighbors, the construction of a 6 kilometer of missing link between Thailand and Cambodia was completed. Now pending activation of joint agreement for rail traffic between the two countries. For connectivity with Myanmar, the detailed design of 256 kilometer new railway line between Mae Sot, Nakhon Sawan, a part of East-West Economic Corridor connectivity was recently completed. Moreover, the State Railway of Thailand is also in the process of requesting the budget to carry out the feasibility study of Kanchanaburi Phut Nam Ron missing link connect to the Myanmar border. Furthermore, Thailand is building high-speed rail in the northeast to connect with Laos PDR and China as part of the Trans-ASEAN Railway Network. Thailand and Laos PDR agreed to build a new Mae Khong bridge to accommodate more passenger and cargo train that would boost the economy of the region. Secondly, concerning the dry port, the Chiang Khong intermodal facility in the north has been opened for operation under the soft opening scheme since April 2021. The Chiang Khong intermodal facility will be operated under the PPP scheme, where the PPP agreement is expected to be assigned in mid-2023. Apart from Chiang Khong intermodal facility, Thailand is soon to construct the Nakhon Phanom Cross-Border Transportation Center in the northeastern part of Thailand, which will function as a dry port in such area. Lastly, being aware that some countries do not have law regulating multimodal transport in place, which hinder the development of the international transport industry, ESCAP has organized 4 sessions of virtual expert group meetings on legal framework for multimodal transport operation in Asia and Pacific during 2020 to 2022. The primary objective of the meeting is to develop the guidelines for harmonization of national law on multimodal transport in Asia and the Pacific. The guideline was previously endorsed at the 4th meeting on 15 June 2022, with the content in line with the Asian Framework Agreement on Multimodal Transport and the Multimodal Transport Act. To conclude, Thailand would like to reaffirm its determination to continue the development of regional connectivity to ultimately achieve more efficient and resilient transport. Thank you very much.
I thank distinguished representative of Thailand, and now I give the floor to the distinguished delegate from United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Please, madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes. Oui. Vous m'entendez aussi ou?
Yes, we hear you, madam.
Okay, parfait. Merci beaucoup. I'm going to speak in English. Good morning to everyone, and thank you to my colleagues. I will change sorry, because I'm hearing you. Okay. I want to thank to my colleagues from ESCAP for the invitation to participate in the 7th session of the Committee on Transport. The coronavirus pandemic exposed the fragilities on infrastructure and logistic issues in the countries of the region. Through the UNDAX project, Transport and Trade Connectivity in the Age of Pandemics, that we have the opportunity to do among the UN regional commissions, we observe important progress in identifying and assessing weaknesses that have helped us to implement policy recommendations, technical assistance, and interventions to reduce, where possible, infrastructure and logistic gaps. We can mention the case of the Association of Caribbean States, Argentina, Brazil, Honduras, Paraguay, and Uruguay, countries that have requested technical assistance where the limited financial resources are the main concern to respond adequately to their demands. Previous experience in the commissions allow the quick formation of work teams, specifically dedicated to the analysis and solution of logistic problems for the distribution of vaccines and healthcare, which includes innovative proposals in the field of connectivity technology, for example, the airships. In particular, I would like to highlight the analysis of the airships between ESCAP and ECLAC, that it offers the technical capability to make a broad contribution to the optimization of mobility and logistic networks in isolated communities and territories. Airships do not necessarily compete with other means of transport. Instead, they complement traditional modes which improve synchromodality and perform social functions, achieving a clear improvement in connectivity, interior, hinterland, and external foreland accessibility. I have to say that after the development of this project, the government of Brazil demanded to ECLAC technical assistance for analyzing the hybrid airship technology capabilities and application to improve the socioeconomic well-being of the people in the Amazon region. The hybrid airship has certain key and unique features which enable it to operate remotely without the need for expensive infrastructure and transform the connectivity of these remote regions. In a synchromodal relationship with traditional methods of transportation, the airships are able to bring to remote region an innovative transport solution that promotes a sustainable and resilient approach to logistics service and infrastructure. Brazil is the pioneer, and as a club, we are looking for expanding airship in other isolated areas in our region. As airship, we are providing technical assistance to Brazil and Uruguay in order to develop a project for connecting two lagoons in both countries. We look for a decentralized strategic development through the promotion of navigation in the marine lake and its connection with Los Patos. The above will promote trade, tourism, and finally, economic growth in a sustainable way. The pandemic and the geopolitical developments in Europe have moderated even more the already scarce resources. To mitigate the crisis, the governments in our region prioritize the social over capital expenditures. We really recognize the importance of promoting the implementation of PPPs in our region. Currently, governments need to implement counter-cyclical policies through more infrastructure investments in order to accelerate growth and to use PPPs in a sustainable way in order to facilitate the achievement of the SDGs and the Paris Agreement on climate change. Public investments is not enough. We need public and private investment, both with governments conducting the orchestra. We need a strategic planning considering the national plans of development. The coordination among ministries and at the different government levels is crucial. planning, evaluation, and execution of infrastructure projects with sustainability criteria, socially, environmental, and economically, are necessary. That means all the criteria included in the SDGs. Before the pandemic and the geopolitical development in Europe, many SDGs in Latin America and the Caribbean were far to be achieved. These events have further diverted us from the targets. Today, more than ever, we need to invest in efficient and resilient transport and logistic networks and mobility for achieving sustainable growth. Thank you again to ESCAP for the invitation, and we look forward to collaborate again together in some project in the near future. Thank you very much. Merci.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean for her statement. Our colleague from ECLAC was the last speaker on my list. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item at this time? I see none. Distinguished delegates, this concludes our discussion for item 3A. Thank you for your deliberations. A summary of the deliberations on this item will be included in the account of proceedings in the report of this committee session. We shall now continue with agenda item 3B, environmentally sustainable transport systems and services, for which document ESCAP/CTR/2022/4 was made available to you. I now have the pleasure to invite Mr. Madan Banhurimi, Officer in Charge, Transport Policy and Research Section, to introduce this agenda item. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair. I'll present the document titled Environmentally Sustainable Transport System and Services. The passenger transport demand in Asia is projected to triple between 2015 and 2050, while the demand for the freight transport is projected to increase by 200% by 2050. The International Transport Forum estimates also shows that the nearly half of the world surface transport, freight transport, that is measured in ton-kilometer, will be concentrated in Asia. The growing level of transport demand will result in rapid increase in carbon dioxide emission in the region. This slide shows the change of carbon dioxide emission from the transport in Asia for the last decade. During 2010 to 2019, there was a 41% increase in the transport CO2 emission in Asia. We also know that major greenhouse gas emitters are in Asia region, and the transport sector contributes to 25% of the CO2 emission from fuel consumption, and the road transport account for 75% of that. And within the sector, passenger transport is contribute about 59%, and the 41% of the global transport emission is from the freight transport. The chart also shows few countries in the Asia like Singapore, Japan, Laos, PDR, and Uzbekistan have managed to reduce transport emission, while I think we see in other side, I think the growth has been really high. And the estimate from the ITF also shows that under the current trajectory, CO2 emission could increase by 47% in Asia by 2050. The region is expected to become the highest emitters of the emission, and that could increase by decrease by 56% only if we implement very ambitious mitigation policies in Asia. Therefore, the region need to need ambitious transport policies and their escalated implementation. The slide shows transport priority mentioned in the NDC of the Asian countries. And if you look at those NDC, 98% of the NDC just mentioned the transport. 82% of those NDCs include the transport measure, and only about 18% include the transport CO2 reduction target. And again, the review of this, the chart there shows that the NDCs in Asia Pacific country indicates that the promotion of the public bus transport and alternative use of alternative energy sources and electric mobility are the three top transport priority policy mentioned in the NDC of the countries submitted to the UNFCCC. Given at the country level, the NDC process is usually led by the Environment or the Planning Ministry, and then there is really a need to strengthen the role of the Transport Ministry in the NDC process, so that I think ambitious transport targets are included in NDC and the upcoming submission. The transport sector is highly dependent on the fossil fuel. The share of the renewable in the transport account for only 2% of the all energy consumed in the transport sector in Asia and Pacific, and the road transport again is about 70% of the energy consumption. Private vehicle actually is real increasing, and that account for 60% of the urban passenger carbon dioxide emission in Asia. It is estimated that global private passenger vehicle fleet will grow by more than 30% between 2020 to 2030. The chart shows change in the non-urban freight of the CO2 emission scenario estimated by the ITF ESCAP study for three sub-regions of the Asia, that is South and Southwest Asia, Southeast and the North and Central Asia. So actually this shows the three scenario: recover, reshape, and the reshape plus scenario. Under the reshape, that is when we implement the mitigation policies, and the reshape plus scenario is the ambitious mitigation decarbonization policies implemented. All three sub-regions will experience in the reduction in CO2 emission. For example, in North and Central Asia's reduction in CO2 emission will be up to 50% in the both scenarios, while in Southeast Asia it will be 50% reduction in the reshape plus scenario and 35% reduction in the reshape scenario, while in South and Southwest Asia will decrease by 47% in reshape plus and 24% reduction in the reshape scenario by 2050. So another important issue is the improvement of the fuel economy in standard, fuel blending, use of renewable energy, investment in renewable and alternate energy, adoption of the green logistic and eco-driving are some of the policy measures that can actually enhance environmental sustainability of the transport system. The region still need to focus on the developing integrated urban and public transport system, reduction on travel demand, development of mass transit system, increasing the vehicle occupancy rate, improving energy efficiency, promotion of electric mobility, and carbon pricing were 6 policy scenarios analyzed by an integrated transport and energy modeling exercise. The analysis revealed that the adoption of electric mobility can have 72% emission reduction by 2050, and the improvement of energy efficiency will enable 66% emission reduction. And these two are by 2050 by the passenger transport. However, these both scenarios are technology dependent and need more investment. Thus, policy and technical support for transitioning to electric mobility in public transport will be necessary. Actually, the detailing of this modeling exercise is included in the last year ESCAP 2020 review of the transport that is shown in the slide. In addition to this modeling exercise, the opportunity also offered by the smart utilization of the smart technology and the digital technology can improve the efficiency of the transport operation, as well as the address issue of the urban traffic congestion and contribute to the environmental sustainability. So as a way forward, and to deepen the regional cooperation to enhance environmental sustainability and escalate transition to low carbon transport and electric mobility, two initiatives are planned. Actually, some of the activities has already been initiated. One is Asia Pacific Initiative on Electric Mobility, and the other one is Regional Cooperation Mechanism on Low Carbon Transport. So, as in the recent COP27 or so, there has been call to switch to electric vehicle, and there has been an emphasis on the low carbon as well as the low carbon urban transport to reduce GHG emission from the transport sector. The region has high potential to accelerate transition to electric mobility in public transport, as the many countries, the share of the renewable in the energy grid is increasing by the solar or hydropower and other source of the renewable energy. The aim of this Asia Pacific Initiative on Electric Mobility is to advocate exchange of experience and the peer learning among public and private sector stakeholders and provide policy support to selected countries. The participation in the initiative is voluntary, and we actually have already extended policy support to the 4 countries, and then still the support is continuing currently in the Fiji and Cambodia. The main objective of the regional cooperation mechanism on low carbon transport are to promote low and zero carbon transport in Asia and Pacific and the deepen regional cooperation. It will also support country to refine transport specific target in the NDC, identify national and regional low and zero carbon goals and action, strengthen linkage between regional and global dialogues. The activity of the regional cooperation mechanism are also aligned with the regional action program on sustainable transport development. Both the Asia Pacific Initiative on Electric Mobility and Regional Cooperation Mechanism on Low Carbon Transport were actually presented at a regional meeting held in August in 2022, and then it was supported by that regional meeting. And then we have approached to the Asia Pacific country about these 2 initiatives, and so far 11 member states have expressed interest to participate and already participating in these 2 initiatives. Those are Bhutan, Cambodia, Fiji, Indonesia, Nauru, Nepal, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Tuvalu, and Vietnam. Actually, we are already planning some of the activities of these 2 initiatives. Sub-regional consultation on low carbon transport for Southeast and Southwest Asia actually is planned on the 10, 12, and 13 December here in Bangkok. And activities on the electric mobility initiative are being planned in early 2023. A consultation meeting on the developing electric mobility policy for Cambodia also is planned for the 5th December. The committee, the issues for consideration for the committee is that the committee may wish to support the establishment or the activities of the regional cooperation mechanism on low carbon transport as a way to contribute to reduce GHG emission in the region, support and its planned activities of the Asia Pacific Initiative on Electric Mobility as a way to accelerate the transition to electric mobility, focusing on the public transport. And the committee may wish to share update and selected highlight with regard to the national, sub-regional, multilateral policy and initiative related to environmental sustainable transport system and services, and provide guidance to the Secretariat on the ongoing and planned activity in support of the environmentally sustainable transport system and services. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mee. I now open the floor to all delegations wishing to intervene, asking them again to limit their interventions on this agenda item. And the first speaker on my list is His Excellency Mr. Zohair Ahmed, State Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation of Maldives. Please, floor is yours, sir.
Dear Chairperson, distinguished delegates, attendees, Assalamu alaikum and a good morning to all of you. The Maldives being a vulnerable state to climate change, we set out a plan to reduce our emissions and decarbonize by 2030. Hence, the plan to implement more environment-friendly transportation methods. To enable this, strategies have been laid out in the National Strategic Action Plan. We have now established a minibus project which would feed into the broader and public transport network. The minibuses would be electric vehicles, and this is going to be the first project of its kind in the Maldives. We are also observing an increase in trends across the world with e-scooters, electric bikes, and singular-use electric vehicles that are making its way into the transport network. I'm glad to announce that we are enabling the use of these methods and review the legislations which cover the use of these vehicles. Initially, what we have done is any electric vehicles that are imported will be 100% duty-free. Along with the legislation, one of the most important areas of focus must be infrastructure. Green transport is sustainable, great for the environment, but also require investment into the infrastructure. The Maldives is actively looking for partners to form a relationship to pilot projects in the Maldives in relation to greener, cost-effective, and sustainable transport solutions. The Maldives population being just under 500,000 gives the opportunity for us to be a great sample size to experiment with new technology and methods. To sustain the transportation system and ensure its continuity, countries should have a holistic approach to commercialize the aspect that can be commercialized and to ensure that over a period of time, the cost of the investment is covered. We must all know that public transport is a basic right, and we, on the policy level, should always fight to ensure that our people's basic rights are protected. In the Maldives, we are at the initial phase of starting the integrated ferry network, which would cater to the movement of passengers from island to island with comfort. In order to sustain this project, we have ensured that auxiliary services that come along with are catered in the most profitable manner. For example, at the ferry terminals, we have opened shops and cafes at the terminals, and this would in turn ensure the quality of other services provided and compensated and taken care of. To sum up, I would like to thank for the opportunity that has been given to me to address this session. I hope that I have been able to give you an overview and continue to the topics of discussion. I would also like to again reiterate that Maldives is open for investments and partnerships in transportation and would happily welcome those who are interested with open arms. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished State Minister of Maldives for his statement. And next, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of China. Please.
谢谢主席先生。中国积极落实减排承诺，努力构建可持续交通运输系统，践行交通运输等领域碳达峰、碳中和实施方案。中国新能源汽车保有量已达全球半数以上。截至2021年底，中国新能源城市公交车占公交车总数达71.7%，全国铁路电气化率达到64%。中国汽车排放标准持续升级，纯电动、换电、氢能源等多种清洁能源货车和私家车受到越来越多的青睐。此外，中方通过全球发展倡议、中国 ESCAP 合作基金等，支持 ESCAP 秘书处开展相关项目，这将为推动区域交通绿色转型提供持续支持。女士们、先生们，气候变化给亚太经济社会发展带来严峻的挑战。中方愿与亚太各方共同努力， 加快形成绿色低碳交通运输方式，加强绿色基础设施建设，推广新能源、智能化、数字化、轻量化交通装备，鼓励引导绿色公共出行，建设可持续的区域交通运输体系，更好推进区域可持续发展进程。谢谢。
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates from China. Next, I call upon the distinguished delegate from Russian Federation to take the floor. Please.
Спасибо большое, господин председатель. В условиях перехода к низкоэмиссионной экономике развитие транспортного комплекса Российской Федерации основывается на принципах энерго- и ресурсоэффективности. Планомерно осуществляется переход к модели экологически устойчивого низкоэмиссионного транспорта. Создание устойчивой городской мобильности является одним из ключевых векторов развития транспортной системы нашей страны. Новой транспортной стратегии Российской Федерации, принятой в 2021 году с горизонтом планирования до 1935 года, установлен целевой показатель по уменьшению углеродного следа от работы общественного транспорта в крупных агломерациях на 70% к 2035 году. В стратегии определен перечень основных принципов по развитию электрического транспорта. Это использование новых энергоэффективных транспортных средств, применение гибридных средств аккумулирования энергии на транспорте, электрификация и газификация общественного транспорта, перевод автомобильного транспорта на гибридные аналоги, развитие зарядной инфраструктуры для электромобилей, проведение стимулирующей экономики в координации вместе с промышленным комплексом. Выработаны меры государственной поддержки для обновления подвижного состава наземного городского пассажирского транспорта и рельсового транспорта в агломерациях, включая приоритетное повышение экологического класса и электрификацию транспорта. Доля электротранспорта в закупках подвижного состава общественного транспорта может составить до 80% к 2035 году. Правительством Российской Федерации утверждена концепция развития электротранспорта в России до 2030 года. К концу первого этапа ее реализации в 2025 году планируется выпустить не менее 25 тысяч электромобилей и запустить в эксплуатацию 9400 зарядных станций по всей стране. К 2030 году каждый 10-й выпускаемый автомобиль должен быть электрическим, а число электрозаправок вырастет минимум до 72 тысяч. Правительством страны поддержана реализация проектов обновления городского электротранспорта по концессионной модели с субсидированием из федерального бюджета. В настоящее время подготовлены 10 таких проектов на ближайшие 5 лет, которые предусматривают поставку 477 трамваев, 97 электробусов, строительство и реконструкцию 510 километров трамвайных путей с выделением субсидий из федерального бюджета в размере более миллиарда рублей. В рамках реализации национального проекта оказываем помощь регионам в обновлении парка городских автобусов, троллейбусов и трамваев. Города получают возможность массово закупать современный подвижной состав на основе лизинга со скидкой до 60%. При этом условия лизинга обеспечиваются работой новых транспортных средств на ключевых маршрутах с низким интервалом движения и высоким уровнем качества. До 2024 года в рамках этих проектов на 21 городскую агломерацию планируется поставить 200 троллейбусов и 27 трамваев. Промышленные города с высоким уровнем загрязнения воздуха получают средства на закупку экологически чистого транспорта, в том числе троллейбусов и трамваев, а также ремонт трамвайных путей, и троллейбусных контактных линий. Основная заявленная цель проекта в снижении объема выбросов в крупных промышленных центрах не менее чем на 20%. В 2021 году по программе субсидированы поставки 49 трамваев и 120 троллейбусов. До 2024 года планируем представить средства на закупку еще 91 троллейбуса, 35 электробусов и 49 трамваев в 6 городах. Помимо федеральных программ, решение о конкретном подходе развития городского электротранспорта остается на усмотрение регионов. Это проявляется в различных решениях при обновлении парка транспортных средств. Так, в Москве было принято системное решение об отказе об использовании троллейбусов и массового перехода на использование электробусов, а также повышение качества трамвайной сети, развитие метро и городских железных дорог. В Петербурге принято другое решение. Там сохранено и осуществляется развитие троллейбусного парка с одновременным частичной заменой автобусов на электробусы. Также осуществляем развитие национального законодательства и правоприменительной практики по институтам государственного частного партнерства, что приводит к развитию и строительству метрополитена, платных дорог и аэропортов с внедрением более современных систем управления и тем самым снижением эмиссионного следа и негативного воздействия транспорта на окружающую среду. Проводим работу по внедрению в больших городах выделенных полос для общественного транспорта и тем самым стимулирования пересаживания жителей больших агломераций с личного автотранспорта на общественный. Кроме того, осуществляются меры государственной поддержки приобретения частными лицами электромобилей, что также направлено на снижение эмиссионных выбросов и углеродного следа. Спасибо большое.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, and next I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to the distinguished presence, Honorable Chair, country representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Bangladesh is pleased to participate in the 7th session meeting of the ESCAP Committee on Transport. Ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh is one of the few countries could have positive GDP growth despite the COVID pandemic. Thanks to the seafarers and ship operators for ensuring uninterrupted international, regional, and internal cargo movements through waterways. All our sea and inland ports were kept operational so that the supply chain for economic activities remain up and running. Now, as the world tends to come out of pandemic hindrances, we are trying to revitalize the multimodal transportation sector. It is our honor to share the insights and updates as our contribution to review to the implementation of Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Connectivity, specifically on environmentally sustainable transport system in the Asia and the Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that greenhouse gases in Bangladesh, the generation of greenhouse gas in Bangladesh is very low. Among all modes of transport, water transportation is the most environmental friendly, cheaper and safer. And our country is blessed with hundreds of inland waterways, which does not only provide the seaport hinterland connectivity, those also have sub-regionally connecting India, Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar. We are combinedly trying to maximize the use of waterways for cargo movement to reduce carbon level as well as cost of transportation. For combating climate change adversaries, Bangladesh government has adopted a strategy named Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan, where the key priorities are environmentally friendly transportation, including an accelerated digital revolution. In that, our government has taken a strategy of shifting cargo freight transportation from road to rail and waterways. Bangladesh is blessed with, as I have said, Bangladesh is blessed with inland waterways of more than 24,000 kilometers, out of which presently in monsoon 8,000 kilometers and in winter dry season 5,000 kilometer waterways are navigable. Bangladesh government has taken a project of reviving and maintaining 10,000 kilometer all-weather navigable inland waterways. However, the modal shifting efforts are not enough. We need to invest heavily on use of renewables in driving all modes of transports. In Bangladesh, road transportation has an upper hand in this aspect. Rails and water sector is lagging far behind in this aspect due to various reasons. For implementing the policy of coordinated transport system, Bangladesh has already identified 23 multimodal hubs within the country and trying to develop those all with all required infrastructure by 2030. We are also in a way to establishing Bangladesh Urban Transport Authority in this respect. In addition, use of hybrid and electric driven vehicles are given special incentives like tax holidays to encourage people to increase use of those. Our transport ministries have allocated fund in research and development for shifting all kinds of transport into environmental friendly fuel gradually. However, this shifting needs a lot of budgetary enhancement. I recommend an effort of allocating fund for research and development for this purpose. The Committee on Transport may work on this aspect. Bangladesh will provide all-out support to the Committee of Transport in its objective to initial and implement innovative policies and frameworks to assess, plan and develop, improve and maintain sustainable environment-friendly transport system and services. We are delighted to be part of this meaningful collaboration and we look forward to contributing to another productive meeting of ESCAP Committee on Transport. Bangladesh will continuously aspires for inclusive and sustainable transport and connectivity, and we have always been glad to be working on this with you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Bangladesh. Next, I call upon the distinguished delegate from Thailand to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's very timely that we gather here today to move toward environmentally sustainable transport systems and services, including the formulation of a regional cooperation mechanism on low-carbon transport and electric mobility created by ESCAP. Through ratification of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, Thailand has committed to tackling climate change with the intention to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 20% of carbon dioxide equivalent from the projected business as usual level by year 2030. Additionally, Thailand will achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050 and zero emission by 2065. In order to achieve the target, the Ministry of Transport has developed National Determined Contribution Action Plan in transport sector and set a target to reduce greenhouse gas emission around 31 million tons by year 2030. To this end, intensify measures to facilitate and encourage the use of alternative fuel, the use of EV public buses, and the use of public transport are being prioritized. The Thai government plans to replace 2,500 fossil fuel buses. These buses are public buses operated by the Bangkok Mass Transit Authority of Thailand. This project can estimate the emission reduction around 520,000 of carbon dioxide equivalent in year 2030. In addition, the other project to replace the private-owned buses to EV bus by using an international mechanism has been ongoing. This project can estimate the emission reduction around 500,000 carbon dioxide equivalent in year 2030 as well. Moreover, electric boat and electric train are our next focus. We now have 52 electric boats running in Chao Phraya River and canals in Bangkok. Excellency, distinguished delegate, as Thailand is implementing towards sustainable transport, all the actions are also very much in line with the two new initiatives for the region, Asia-Pacific Initiative on Electric Mobility and Regional Cooperation Mechanism on Low Carbon Transport. Thailand, as a member state of UN ESCAP, would like to deliver full support to these two new initiatives, and we hope to see the success of this cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Thailand. And now I give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Uzbekistan.
Салам алейкум. Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники заседания. Спасибо за предоставленное слово. Хотел кратко рассказать о проводимых реформах в Республике Узбекистан, в частности, к переходу к зеленому транспорту. Да, за последние годы в Узбекистане были особо уделены внимание именно на развитие общественного транспорта, именно зеленого транспорта, в связи с чем было строено более 20 километров протяженности метрополитена, и их протяженность почти увеличилась за последние 2 года, за 2-3 года 1,5 раза. Мы начали закупать электрические автобусы, правительством были освобождены ввоз электрических автомобилей для частного сектора, согласно которому количество электрических автомобилей тоже за 9 месяцев, если мы посмотрим, да, рост их количества идет почти в 5 раз. Также были строены отдельные велодорожки для населения в городе Ташкенте, более 40 километров участки, электрифицированы более 500 километров железнодорожные участки именно на железнодорожном транспорте. На следующие 5 лет мы также планируем продолжить данную политику и именно переход к устойчивому зеленому транспорту. И мы планируем инвестировать в общественный транспорт. В частности, будут приобретены на следующие 2-3 года, это будет более 1000 электробусов. И доля их электрических автобусов будет достичь где-то в 2025-2026 годах 60-70% общего общественного транспорта. И мы сейчас проанализировали, у нас практически из общего количества автомобилей где-то 69-70% это сегодня работает на CNG, то есть это на газе, метане. Остальные на бензине и дизеле и электрических машин. Мы до 25-го себе подставили цель, что мы до 25-го года количество автомобилей электрических именно будет достиг где-то 15% от общего количества машин. Мы поддерживаем, Узбекистан поддерживает инициативу ESCAP по экологически устойчивым транспортным системам и услугам и всегда готов участвовать в этих проектах. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Uzbekistan. And now I give the floor to the distinguished delegate from India. You have the floor, sir. Yes, please. The next speaker in my list is the distinguished delegate from Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for the presentation and the material for this agenda item. Towards our national goal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, the government of Japan acknowledges that there are many pathways to technologically achieve this objective. In addition to electric vehicles, there are various forms of innovations that can be levered on, including fuel cell vehicles, hybrid vehicles, hydrogen vehicles, etc. And we acknowledge the importance of taking a technologically agnostic approach as to not impede new innovations in tackling the problem of emissions in an economically efficient manner. Based on this thinking, Japan has set national targets on sustainable transport systems in its 2050 carbon neutral objectives and its green growth strategy to achieve these objectives. Specifically, this includes objectives of achieving new automobile sales comprising of new fuel vehicles by 100% by 2035 and commercial vehicles by 2040. Japan would like to continue to showcase ways to solve issues of emissions through such innovations through our regional cooperation here. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished delegate from Japan. Okay, thank you. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to take the floor. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for the opportunity given by ESCAP to address the 7th session of ESCAP's Committee on Transport under this very particular and very important agenda item. The Inland Transport Committee, ITC, of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe was founded in 1947. In the last 75 years, the ITC and its subsidiary bodies provided an intergovernmental forum for member states to forge tools for economic cooperation and negotiate and adopt international legal instruments on inland transport to improve traffic safety, environmental performance, energy efficiency, inland transport security, and efficient service provision in the transport sector. Of the 193 United Nations member states, 151, or 78%, are contracted parties to at least one of the 59 legal instruments on inland transport under the purview of the committee, in addition to 2 permanent observers and 1 non-state contracting party. These legal instruments are considered indispensable for developing efficient, harmonized, and integrated, safe and sustainable inland transport systems. The development of environmentally sustainable transport systems and services is considered as a cross-cutting subject in the Inland Transport Committee's strategy until 2030. The committee, its relevant working parties, and the Secretariat have been working to contribute towards its achievement. If I could summarize the activities, I would go as follows. At the high-level policy, regulatory, and institutional support at the level of the committee's decisions and endorsed ministerial resolutions and declaration. Assessment of impact of transport and adaptation measures by the Working Party of ITC on road transport, SC1. The Working Party on the standardization of technical and safety requirements in inland navigation, SC3, WP3. And the Working Party on Transport Trends and Economics, WP5. We're also doing regulatory work for the deployment of safe electric and hydrogen vehicles by the Working Party on the Transport of Dangerous Goods, WP15, and the World Forum for Harmonization of Vehicle Regulations, WP29, and its more specialized Working Party on Passive Safety, GRSP. A regulatory framework by WP29 and its specialized working party on pollution and energy, GRSP. Here we have measuring CO2 emissions from road vehicles. We also have the use of new technology to ensure minimum degradation from batteries. Thirdly, improving engine efficiency and reducing emissions. And also very important, but is currently under development, the life cycle assessment regulatory framework to measure the life cycle emission of carbon of vehicles, including during manufacturing, use, and end of life phases of the vehicle. Then we have the regulatory framework for greening inland water transport fleet, infrastructure and operations by WP3 SC3. Intermodal system and modal shift from road to more environmentally sound modes by the Working Party on Rail Transport, SC2, and the Working Party on Intermodal Transport and Logistics, WP24. Promotion and facilitation of green transport and mobility by WP5, and the Transport, Health and Environment Pan-European Programme, or else known as the PEP. Studies and publications by WP5 and the PEP. Capacity building activities by SC3 and WP5. Development of tools such as the For Future Inland Transport Systems model, PORFITS, the Intelligent Transport Systems Roadmap, and the PEP Handbook. Of course, inter-working party cooperation and coordination between relevant parties, especially SC1, WP5, WP15, and WP29. And lastly, the project on new energy, which is undertaken by the Secretariat. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I would like to say that between 21 and 24 February 2023, the Inland Transport Committee's 85th plenary session will take place. Building on recommendations by the Inland Transport Committee and its Bureau, the general theme of the high-level segment will be on climate change. Globally, CO2, the major contributor to the greenhouse gases emitted from the transport sector, account for 23% of global energy-related CO2 emissions. Within the transport sector, more than 71% of CO2 emissions are coming from inland transport. So this is a major concern for the Inland Transport Committee, as you can imagine. And that includes about 70% from the road subsector alone. So this theme will provide an opportunity to reflect on the unique assets of the committee, to highlight its value added and underline future potential in a heavily impacted global economy due to the adverse effects of climate change and, of course, extreme weather. So I would like to take this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, to cordially extend an invitation to all participants here to the 85th plenary session of the Inland Transport Committee. And I would like to also inform you that formal invitations to all contracting parties will follow in early December. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the distinguished delegates for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. And now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of the International Transport Forum. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Excellencies and dear ESCAP Transport Committee members, and I was really happy and felt extremely proud to see that ITF analytic work in transport outlook has been a great reference for the work of UN ESCAP today. And for your information, we are now preparing for the Outlook 2023 that will be launched in our next summit in May 2023. An International Transport Forum is a transport policy think tank and intergovernmental organization with currently 64 member countries represented by ministers of transport and acting as an official observer of UNESCAP since right before the pandemic. And one of the ITF's focus areas since the signing of the Paris Agreement has been the topic of decarbonizing transport. And since then, my team has been relentlessly supporting our members across the globe to define transport decarbonization pathways and measures that will make a difference in their countries. And however, These efforts have not been enough. You are all aware of the climate emergency that the world is facing, and transport is significantly off track in meeting the Paris Agreement goals and is one of the few sectors that shows continued CO2 emissions increases. And populations grow and economies grow. This will lead to further increases in transport demand until 2050, and globally this demand will double or even triple, depending on the specific transport sector. Our latest scenario assessments show that related emissions will increase by around 15% to 2050. While this shows that a decoupling of economic growth and transport emissions has been achieved, and significantly higher ambitions are needed to actually decrease transport emissions. If COP26 agendas with regard to the uptake of zero-emission vehicles and fuels were fully delivered and on time, the sector could just about meet the Paris Agreement targets. However, current national policy plans still do not reflect COP26 goals. Last week, COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh drew to a close. My team was present and did their best to highlight the role and responsibility of transport in decarbonizing our economies, and pointed to the needs to increase ambition and implementation action in transport. And indeed, COP27 proved to be an important moment for transport. The Egyptian COP presidency launched its low-carbon transport for urban sustainability, so-called LOTUS initiative, that aims at decarbonizing urban transport systems worldwide, and especially in the global south. It is the first initiative that fully acknowledges the importance of all avoid, shift, and improve measures by a COP presidency. As such, it directly links to the Sustainable Development Goals and established a link between the two global agendas. The LOTUS initiative also puts the financing of transport measures high on the agenda, which has been a roadblock to many countries of the global south. However, unfortunately, there remain a lot of uncertainties as to how the initiative will be implemented. What has also been acknowledged through COP27 was the utmost importance of collaboration within and across country borders, and many best practice examples exist, be it with regard to how to regulate new transport services, how to finance the uptake of zero-emission vehicles in emerging economies or others. I therefore applaud the committee to consider the establishment of a regional cooperation mechanism on low-carbon transport to reduce greenhouse gas from transport and to support the Asia-Pacific Initiative on Electric Mobility. Any such mechanisms that foster learnings from each other will accelerate the uptake of the right CO2 reduction measures in transport and avoid mistakes being made, and mistakes for which no time is left. The ITF stands ready to support such initiatives to our best ability. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of ITF, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Asian Institute of Transport Development.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished participants, we compliment the Secretariat for thoughtfully bringing out the significance of development of environmentally sustainable transport system and services. The note rightly highlights the need to promote low carbon transport and clean technologies that will contribute to transport emission reduction. Ladies and gentlemen, the central issue in transport policy and planning is to determine optimal intermodal mix in the context of dynamic growth of the economy. This necessitates integration of economic, social, and environmentally imperatives into the development of transport network and providing rational modal choices. We reckon the first step in this direction is to undertake empirical studies of working out such social costs and traffic flows of different modes of transport. Past studies have largely addressed financial and economic cost and ignoring the cost of externalities, negative externalities, I mean. The next step to adoption is of efficient pricing and changes with the aim of promoting sustainability. The Institute has been seriously engaged with both the system approaches. it has carried out a comparative study of rail and road modes. And in the area of pricing, the Institute, along with UN ESCAP, had earlier carried out a study on sustainable transport pricing and charges. The joint publication is available both in hard and soft forms. We wish to submit the calculus of evaluating modal choices, use of land over different modes also needs to be built in. This aspect has assumed greater significance to the countries with large population and relatively limited land endowments. For instance, rail modes use much less land than the other modes of transport. Waterways have still greater advantage. In this context, I will like to reiterate what I mentioned yesterday, that modal shift in context of India, the study recently carried out under Niti Ayog, indicate that in the long run, there will be a advantage in terms of reduction in the energy use to the extent of 4.3 megatons. This is a huge advantage which carries out. And this also corroborates the study carried out by AITD. While carrying out comparative study of rail and road modes, the Institute developed a methodology for evaluating modal choices. AITD would be very pleased to share the same with the member countries by way of organizing workshop in association with UN ESCAP. Thank you very much, Chair and delegates, for giving attention. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished delegates of AITD, and now I give the floor to the distinguished delegate from India.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, Government of India is laying focus on sustainable transport development through creation of regulatory frameworks to provide initiatives related to transition to cleaner fuel, improving performance and efficiency of the vehicles by regulating and enforcing emission standards, enabling adoption of alternate fuels, blended fuels, cleaner technologies like green hydrogen, electrical mobility, etc., to reduce vehicular pollution. Standards have been formulated at par with global levels to enable manufacturing and adoption of electrical vehicles, including buses, specifying requirements for construction and functional safety, safety requirements for batteries, and type approval requirements for electrical vehicles. Besides, Government of India has also released standards for retrofitment or conversion of vehicles of various categories to enable vehicle owners to shift to electrical vehicle technology with minimal cost. Further, advisory for registration of EVs without batteries have been issued to promote the technology of battery swapping and reduce the initial cost of the vehicle registration. Government of India is encouraging innovative financing schemes or mechanisms in the transport sector for capacity building at institutional and individual levels under Sustainable Urban Transport Project, as well as financing of various traffic/transportation studies and surveys under the scheme of urban transport planning to encourage cities to better plan and manage their urban transport system, etc. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, delegates and excellencies.
I thank the distinguished delegate from India. I have no other speaker on my list. Oh, sorry, we have Fiji. Now I give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Fiji.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon from Fiji. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, I thank the Secretariat for the presentation and summary for this particular session for environmentally sustainable transport system and service. Mr. Chairman, we also like to thank ESCAP for the invitation to attend the regional meeting on just transition to low carbon mobility earlier this year. This has enabled the commencement of groundwork for the accelerating for accelerating the transition to electric mobility that Fiji is currently working on with ESCAP. Mr. Chairman, to reiterate from yesterday's statement, greening our transport sector has become paramount with ensuring a balance in efficiency in services to all Fijians. Through Fiji's Climate Change Act, we are working towards the development and implementation of a detailed transport decarbonization implementation strategy for both the land and maritime sector. Mr. Chairman, for Fiji's maritime transport sector, we are working in collaboration with regional bodies on initiatives and feasibility studies on decarbonization of domestic shipping with activities ranging from retrofitting of government vessels to Pacific Blue Shipping Partnership to renewable clean energy, blue shipping and technology needs assessments. As alluded to yesterday, before a large scale rollout of electric cars, Fiji is now working on a project called the Electric Shuttle Services Pilot Project that will demonstrate the viability of operating electric shuttle buses in the local environment. In order to fulfill future demand, lessen dependence on expensive fuel imports, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, ensure Fiji's commitment through its leadership in the international arena, it will present an opportunity to acquire new technical skills in electric vehicles. Mr. Chairman, Fiji's land transport sector in collaboration with regional bodies include government fleet decarbonization, electric vehicle infrastructure, investment plan, and the low emissions, climate resilient development, and vehicle emission standards. More regional cooperation can help Fiji accomplish specific initiatives that will boost the effectiveness of the country's transportation system. Fiji supports the establishment of a regional cooperation mechanism to promote low carbon transport and support the Asia-Pacific Initiative on electric mobility, and will benefit significantly from consultations and activities of knowledge transfer and data sharing in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Fiji, for your statement. I have no other speakers on my list. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item at this time? I see none. Distinguished delegates, this concludes our discussion for item 3B. The general consensus that I can discern from the interventions is that the committee supports the establishment of the regional cooperation mechanism on low carbon transport that would contribute to the reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions from the transport sector as mandated by the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific 2022-2026. The committee supports the Asia-Pacific Initiative on Electric Mobility that would accelerate the transition to electric mobility for public transport in the region. With this, I wish to thank all the delegations for their active participation. I trust that the Secretariat will reflect the main issues raised under this agenda item in the account of proceedings of the report of the committee. Distinguished delegates, we concluded item 3B. The deliberations will continue after lunch break with agenda item 3C. Due to other pressing matters, I will not be able to continue as acting chair, and I invite my colleague, Her Excellency Mrs. Chaminda Kolon, the Ambassador of Sri Lanka, to conduct the session from this point forward. Since it is almost 12 p.m., let's adjourn for lunch break and come back to this room at 2 p.m. Bangkok time. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, let us now begin deliberations on agenda item 3C, Safe and Inclusive Transport and Mobility. The document ESCAP/CTR/2022/5 has been made available to you for this agenda item. I now have the pleasure to invite Ms. Tanat Tapon Rasamit, Chief of the Sustainable Transport Section, to introduce this agenda item, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished participants, I'm pleased to introduce agenda item 3C, Safe and Inclusive Transport Mobility the document number ESCAP/TCTR/2022/5. Transport safety and inclusiveness form the pillars for sustainable and equitable transport in Asia and the Pacific. For sustainable development to have real meaning, it must be coupled with safe and inclusive transport. Next slide, please. In the area of transport safety, road safety remains one of the major challenges of sustainable transport development. In the ESCAP region, there was more than 700,000 road fatalities in 2019, accounting for nearly 60% of global fatalities. The fatality rate in the region is as high as 15.73 deaths per 100,000 inhabitants, and the highest rates are in Southeast Asia and East and Northeast Asia subregions. The majority of road fatality in this region occur in middle-income countries, nearly 97%. And as you can see, the number of the high-income countries that managed to reduce road traffic fatalities during 2016 and 2019, it is proportionately larger than the number of middle and low-income countries that can. Next slide, please. While we see some improvement in the region, the goal of the first decade of action for road safety remained unfinished. Only 8% reduction of road traffic fatality were achieved, despite the goal of 50% reduction. Therefore, the second decade of action was proclaimed in line with the SDG target 3.6 and 11.2, with the aim to halve the number of global road deaths and injuries by 2030. To support the implementation of this objective, the General Assembly, in its Resolution 74/299 on improving global road safety, requested WHO and the UN Regional Commissions to prepare a plan of action for the second decade as a guiding document. The Global Plan for the Decade of Action for Road Safety 2021 to 2030, focusing on safe system approach, was launched in October last year. Similarly, the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific 2022 to 2026 identified the development and endorsement of the Regional Plan of Action for the second decade of action for road safety among priority activity to ensure the achievement of the Regional Action Program. Next slide, please. As a result, the Secretariat prepared the draft regional plan in consultation with members and associate members at the consultative workshop on the development of a regional plan organized in March 2022, which the feedback were received and incorporated. The revised draft was presented at the regional meeting on the regional plan for the second decade of action for road safety, which was held in Bangkok and online in August 2022. Among the adopted conclusion and recommendation, the regional meeting agreed that the final regional plan is to be presented to the Committee on Transport for endorsement. The regional plan of action, as contained in the annex of this document, has vision to achieve the Asia-Pacific region that is increasingly free of the human suffering and economic burden of road crashes, deaths, and injuries, and has the target to reduce road traffic deaths and injuries by at least 50% from 2021 to 2030. The plan composed 7 arenas of road safety intervention in line with the global plan, which are safe road infrastructure, focusing on safe system approach, safe vehicles, safe road use, post-crash care, safe speed, modal shift, land use planning, and reduce road use exposure,
and the 7th arena, road safety management and leadership. Next slide, please. In the area of inclusive transport, approximately 1.3 billion people in the Asia-Pacific region live on less than $3.2 per day, which is the poverty line. And they have very few transport options, which can limit their economic and social opportunities. As a result, transport is identified as one of the most significant employment barriers for low-income groups in both urban and rural areas, particularly to the rural area, where they are home to approximately 50% of the region's population, yet only 25% of the rural population lacks access to all-access roads. The availability of public transport also has significant implications for the health and safety of the rural residents, particularly elderly. On the other hand, inadequate transport accessibility creates structural challenges for the poor and marginalized populations. In addition, inclusivity in transport workforce can also increase economic benefit and reduce poverty. In 2021, in the Asia-Pacific region, women made up less than 15% of the transport workforce. Next slide, please. Given the importance of inclusive transport, the document also highlights some policy priorities for the region, including considering the social impact of transport in the design and construction of transport infrastructure, achieving inclusive transport and accessibility through non-motorized mode choice and people-oriented transport systems, where public health and well-being will be prioritized. Applying the concept of universal design to early stage of transport planning. Implementing measures to improve transport safety and security for women users. And last but not least, having disaggregate transport data by age, income, gender, and disability will be critical to the development of inclusive transport policies. Next slide, please. Under this agenda item, the committee may wish to endorse the Regional Plan of Action for Asia and the Pacific for the second decade of action for road safety 2021 to 2030, contained in the annex of the present document. The endorsement of this Regional Plan of Action is one of the indicators of achievement under the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific 2022 to 2026 under the thematic area of road safety. The committee may also wish to review the activities described in the present document and provide guidance to the Secretariat on future activities in support of the development of safe and inclusive transport. Representatives are also invited to inform the committee of progress and relevant activities at national, sub-regional, and regional levels that contribute towards achieving safe and inclusive transport in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Samit. I now open the floor to all delegations wishing to intervene and asking them again to limit their interventions to agenda item 3C. The first speaker on my list is Mr. Durabo Alam, Deputy Transport Planner, Dhaka Transport Coordination Authority of Bangladesh. I invite the distinguished delegate.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And thank you for providing me the chance to deliver a speech in this occasion. Excellencies, just after gaining independence in 1971, with the leadership of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangladesh was a country ravaged by war. Even then, he allocated almost half of the first budget for the new nation to transportation sector, and rightly so. As a result, per capita income grew from $94 in 1972 to $278 in 1975. The country continues to invest in this sector and sustain this economic growth for more than half a century. Distinguished delegates, under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the daughter of the father of the nation, Bangladesh has transformed itself into one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Along with the development of the transport infrastructure, the focus on safety and inclusive came forward. Also, road infrastructures gradually have become far safer, which is included in Arena 1 of the road safety intervention. For example, the government initiated construction of 4-lane highways with service lane for slow-moving vehicles and plans for a network of 2,342 kilometers of this kind of highway with service lanes on both sides. The bridges are now being built with advanced safety features and modern technology. Distinguished participants, for Arena 2 safe vehicles, Bangladesh Road Transport Authority, BRTA, has significant contribution ensuring safety on roads since its inception. The government is going to construct vehicle inspection center for our divisional towns, establish motor driving testing, training, and multi-purpose center for all metropolitan area, and introduce research and development section. Moreover, BRTA has started providing registration and ownership transfer online, retro-reflective number plates, RFID tag, digital registration certificate, biometric-based smart driving licenses, etc. for better accountability. As per Area 3, safe road use, all the infrastructures are being designed utilizing forgiving design principle to lessen or avoid the impact of the run of the road crashes. It has been incorporated in the design manuals and guidelines. Corresponding to Arena 5 safe speed, the speed for national highways are now restricted to 80 km per hour, and the limit for the urban areas is 30 km per hour. Dear delegates, in line with Arena 6, modal shift land use planning and reduced road use exposure, government formulated a national integrated multimodal transport policy. Bangladesh would like to shift its passenger and freight movement to other efficient and cheaper modes like railways and waterways. In case of urban transport strategy, government acknowledged the need to take immediate and concrete steps to improve the traffic situation, not only in Dhaka, but in also other urban areas. It formulated a strategic transport plan in 2005, which was revised in 2016, and is now being under revision by Dhaka Transport Coordination Authority. There is a proposal for this urban transport body to expand its jurisdiction all over Bangladesh. We hope to shift passengers steadily from private mode to public transport. Distinguished delegates, Bangladesh, as a member of UN, has been persistent to attain sustainable development goals. To assist greater participation of women, the elderly, and disabled in economic, social, and cultural affairs, the policies put greater emphasis on integrated transport, including more accessible buses and better information. Reservation of seats for elderly people, children, and physically challenged people are being ensured. Practicing the use of ramps at railway stations and bus stops to aid access and facilitating waterway transportation through some special arrangements. The government is also trying to improve the quality of pedestrians' environment. Excellencies, we know and understand reducing road traffic deaths and injuries by at least 50% from 2021 to 2030 is a daunting task. Government has been putting immense effort by drafting and passing various acts, laws, policies, and guidelines, manuals regularly. It has also taken necessary steps for implementing and enforcing them. Slowly but surely, we are moving towards our goal. ESCAP has been assisting us in achieving our objectives together. We would like to request the Secretariat to organize a capacity development workshop on road safety in Bangladesh and provide technical assistance in this regard. Both government officials and policymakers are very much committed to make the roads of Bangladesh safer and inclusive. As Bangladesh recovers from the COVID pandemic and economic activity increases, improving road safety and inclusive mobility are of paramount importance to the country's development. Hence, we wholeheartedly endorse the regional plan of action for Asia and the Pacific for the second decade of action for road safety 2021 to 2030. I wish the success of this event and the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates from Bangladesh. Next, I call upon the distinguished delegates from China to take the floor.
谢谢主席女士。过去10年，中国经济社会发展取得历史性成就，发生历史性变革。交通运输成为人民群众获得感最强的领域之一。交通运输发展带动经济发展的同时，交通扶贫也取得显著成效。全国具备条件的3万多个乡镇和54万多个村全部通客车，为打赢脱贫攻坚战、全面推进乡村振兴提供了坚实的交通保障。同时，中国积极建设便利化无障碍交通出行体系，从建立完善法规标准、设施建设改造、交通运载工具无障碍设备配备等方面，系统推进有关工作，持续打造老年人和残障人士安全、便捷、舒适、温馨的交通出行环境。中国不断加强车辆核查和动态监管。2021年，道路运输行业较大以上等级安全事故数量和死亡人数比2012年分别下降35.3%和49.6%。女士们、先生们，亚太各国地理形势多样，经济社会发展不均，交通运输系统包容性和安全性有待提升。中方愿在充分尊重各国国情和优先发展事项的基础上，与亚太各方加强经验交流，促进能力建设与技术分享，共同建设安全、包容的交通运输系统。谢谢。
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from China. Now I invite the distinguished delegate from Indonesia to take the floor, please.
Honorable Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia put its utmost commitment to developing standard and regulation to build safe and inclusive transport and mobility. To improve safety on road transport and mobility, the government of the Republic of Indonesia has implemented the Public Transport Company Safety Management System, which is a comprehensive and coordinated management of a company's safety management in order to embody safety and manage accident risk. The government of the Republic of Indonesia conducts the motorized vehicle periodic test to provide technical safety guarantee for the use of motorized vehicles. Indonesia also conducts public safety campaign and builds educational parks for the younger generation to raise the awareness of the road safety. In order to optimize the development of transportation facilities and infrastructure that could be accessed by everyone, the government of the Republic of Indonesia has developed minimum service standards for the transportation sector, which are regulated in ministerial regulation concerning the provision of accessibility to public transportation services for users of transportation services. The regulation obligates public transportation service providers to provide services for transportation users with special needs. The government of the Republic of Indonesia has also established gender-responsive planning and budgeting regulation and related documents which are gender analysis pathway and gender budget statements. Indonesia believes that the cooperation in Asia and the Pacific region can be carried out through knowledge sharing and benchmarking of concepts and systems in realizing an inclusive transportation system in a real and comprehensive manner. Therefore, Indonesia supports the regional plan of action for Asia and the Pacific for the second decade of action for road safety to be adopted to provide as a framework for stronger and a more comprehensive cooperation among the member states. Indonesia stands ready to work together with all member states in realizing a safe and inclusive transport system and connectivity in Asia and the Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Indonesia. Next, I call upon the distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation to take the floor, please.
Спасибо большое, госпожа председатель. За последние 10 лет в Российской Федерации достигнут значительный прогресс в повышении безопасности дорожного движения. В период с 2010 до 2020 года смертность на дорогах в результате дорожно-транспортных происшествий снизилась практически на 40%. Тут упоминалась секретариатом цифра средняя 15,8 человек на 100 тысяч, как средняя по нашему региону. Соответственно, правительством Российской Федерации поставлена амбициозная задача к 2030 году выйти на уровень не более 4 погибших на 100 тысяч населения. Для достижения таких результатов идем по нескольким направлениям. Это усиление контроля за соблюдением правил дорожного движения, повышение качества обучения в автошколах, оснащение автоинспекции экспресс-тестами на выявление состояния опьянения у водителей, оснащение техническими средствами контроля за безопасностью эксплуатации автомобильных дорог и оснащение дополнительными комплексами оказания первой медицинской помощи на местах. С 2015 года в Российской Федерации действует система экстренного реагирования при авариях и других происшествиях на автомобильных дорогах под названием «ЭРО-ГЛОНАСС». Эта система разработана в соответствии с правилом 144 ООН в отношении устанавливаемых на транспортные средства средств и устройств вызова экстренных оперативных служб. Система ЭРО-ГЛОНАСС помогает либо в автоматическом режиме, либо путем самостоятельного нажатия водителем направлять сигнал в экстренные службы. Около 80% сигналов идет в автоматическом режиме, согласно статистике. После нажатия соответствующей кнопки либо автоматического направления сигнала оператор ГЛОНАСС, ЭРО-ГЛОНАСС получает стандартизированную информацию о местонахождении транспортного средства, направлении его движения, номере, модели и ВИНе, идентификационном номере. После проверки такого сигнала направляются экстренные службы на оказание соответствующей помощи. Среднее время реагирования и передачи информации в экстренные оперативные службы составляет 19 секунд. Ежедневно контакт-центр отрабатывает более 29 тысяч вызовов. То есть это соответствующая статистика, при том, что еще не все автомобили оснащены. В настоящий момент более 9 миллионов транспортных средств оснащены этой системой. Соответственно, постепенно цифра увеличивается. Второе, о чем хотели сказать, это в октябре 2022 года правительством Российской Федерации внесены изменения в правила дорожного движения, которые вступят в силу с 1 марта следующего года. Суть изменений касается тому, что помимо 4 основных категорий участников дорожного движения, это водителей, пешеходов пассажиров и велосипедистов появляется пятая категория. Это средства индивидуальной мобильности. Речь идет об электросамокатах, гироскутерах, сегвеях, моноколесах и иных аналогичных устройствах, оснащенных двигателем. Соответственно, после введения в 1 марта соответствующих изменений в правила дорожного движения появится новая категория участников, лица, использующие средства индивидуальной мобильности. Для них предусматривается ряд нововведений. Это ограничение предельной скорости 25 км в час, допуск на тротуары только в отсутствие велоинфраструктуры, пересечение дороги возможно только спешившись, то есть сойдя с соответствующего средства индивидуальной мобильности, возможность ездить по правой полосе дорожного движения на сельских дорогах, и при выезде из жилой зоны средство индивидуальной мобильности должно уступать дорогу другим участникам движения. Для таких средств индивидуальной мобильности и соответствующих лиц, их эксплуатирующих, появляются новые дорожные знаки, которые позволяют вводить точечные изменения, в том числе разрешать, запрещать или ограничивать их движение в парках, пешеходных зонах, местах высокой плотности пешеходного потока или автомобильного трафика. Помимо средств индивидуальной мобильности, также вносим изменения в возможности использования других транспортных средств, а именно с 1 марта следующего года, если автобус не оснащается ремнями безопасности, то при движении вне населенных пунктов он может передвигаться со скоростью не выше 70 км в час. Рассчитываем на то, что соответствующие меры будут направлены на снижение негативных эффектов в случае возможных дорожно-транспортных происшествий. Выступаем за расширение обмена опытом между странами. Это то, что сейчас успешно проводится в целях использования наиболее эффективных средств и методик снижения дорожно-транспортного происшествия. И проводим соответствующую работу, исходя из значительной вовлеченности и переплетения вопросов транспорта, экологии и охраны здоровья в рамках Аптосос на соответствующей площадке, который ESCAP называется. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from the Russian delegation. Now I invite distinguished delegate from Fiji to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, at the outset, road safety is everyone's responsibility. The prevention of vehicle accidents and road fatalities is of utmost importance. Due to its membership in the UN, Fiji has automatically ratified the Global Plan for the Decade of Action to advance road safety and reduce traffic accidents and fatalities. Fiji's national initiatives and plans to lower traffic fatalities and accidents on Fijian roads are developed around the thematic areas. Fiji's land transport regulations is aligned to the goals and objectives of road safety and working towards a national approach that will lead to a reduction of road accidents and fatalities. Madam Chair, the Fiji's Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport focuses on the two modes of transport of land and maritime. Fiji has registered more than 140,000 vehicles of different classification and more than 300,000 drivers of nine classes. Madam Chair, in Fiji, statistics show that road accidents have dropped over the years. In 2017, we recorded about 3,276 accidents. In 2021, this number decreased by 19.3% to about 2,643 accidents. This was on This was an on average of 4% reduction per year over the 5 years. Despite being slightly lower than the target of 5% annually from 2011, Fiji achieved a reduction of 5% in 2012. The main causes of accidents in Fiji, Madam Chair, are speeding, drunk driving, careless driving, and pedestrians at fault. In 2021, Fiji recorded the lowest fatalities at 25 fatalities recorded, and in 2017 and 18 had recorded the highest of about 70 fatalities. Despite the reducing numbers, the main causes of road accidents and fatalities are attributed to human error. Therefore, it is incumbent that we make sure in Fiji that road safety is everyone's responsibility. Madam Chair, we have also established an accident compensation commission that ensures payment of compensation to any personal injury or death suffered by any person as a result of an accident or fatality in Fiji. This is a no-fault based scheme. Madam Chair, Fiji's efforts towards reducing road fatalities include awareness raising and education of members of the public through various platforms. Drivers are cautioned, warned, and issued with traffic infringement notices to ensure safe driving habits and compliances. In ensuring safe infrastructure, Fiji is working on improving 30 black spot areas, 40 kilometers of route action plans in place, 30 village treatments completed, 60 mass action plans, 600-kilometer major roads marked and delineated, and we also have traffic management plans implemented on 4 major and 6 smaller routes. In our efforts towards social inclusion, Fiji provides subsidy to senior citizens through the form of bus fare assistance. We are also working on the development of a transport system that will minimize barriers to make the transport system accessible to all people and provide customized infrastructure, services, and support to facilitate access by people with unique needs. Madam Speaker, my apologies, Madam Chair, Fiji is working towards the 2021 to 2030 Fiji Decade of Action for Road Safety and seek the Secretariat and regional organizations' assistance with capacity building and financial modalities in strategizing and implementation of the Fiji Decade of Action for 2021 to 2030. On this note, Madam Chair, we endorse part of the Regional Action Plan of Action for Asia and the Pacific for the second decade of action for road safety. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Fiji. Next, I call upon the distinguished delegate from Thailand to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. For Thailand, in terms of roads, Department of Highway has conducted a study to classify the national highway networks according to their functions and roadside characteristics in order to increase the efficiency of highway development, planning, and management. Road hierarchy classification can be applied in 5 various tasks of the Department of Highways, and these tasks include several issues of safety and inclusivity in transport and mobility as follows. The first task is highway planning task, which determines plans to improve the standard of inter-regional and international highway network according to road hierarchy. This task also determines highway development plans for each class of road hierarchy by considering the mobility and safety of all types of road users. Secondly, highway design task, it establishes more diverse cross-section design guidelines to reflect different road classes and roadside characteristics, taking all types of road user into consideration. Furthermore, this task determines the appropriate standards for highways and safety equipment for each class of road hierarchy. Thirdly, traffic management task. It adjusts speed limit that is appropriate for road hierarchy and physical characteristic for safety. Fourthly, highway safety task. There are two main points, namely, being an additional factor for accident analysis and establishing the safety equipment standard for each class of road hierarchy. The final task is highway maintenance, which allocates maintenance budgets together with other factors, especially safety equipment. In terms of information technology, the development of information technology has so much impact on the ever-changing landscape of road safety work. With this development, more safety-related data become more accessible than ever. At the same time, people demand for more transparency and rational budget spending. To overcome this challenge, Department of Rural Roads has developed road safety management system to help moving road safety work to a more data-driven approach. The road safety management system is a system consisted of safety data synthesis, decision support tools for project prioritization, and safety project evaluation. Various safety and other related data are used to prioritize safety projects. The system also tracks the effectiveness of each safety measure used in the Department of Rural Roads network. The output of project evaluation module will be used in development of safety metrics similar to International Road Assessment Program or IRAP. In terms of drivers, according to WHO Global Report on Road Safety in 2018, Thailand was placed the 9th highest in the world in road traffic fatalities rate per 100,000 inhabitants, and the highest in ASEAN, specifically for number of road traffic fatalities caused by motorcyclists. Realizing our shortcoming, Thailand is committed to reducing the number of road fatalities by improving our road safety and drivers' behavior. Our campaigns involve relevant stakeholders to tackle cross-cutting issues to create safer driving environment for all citizens. Recently, Department of Land Transport, together with Royal Thai Police, has introduced a penalty point system to regulate motorists and motorcyclist behavior, which will come into force on January 2023. Thailand also places emphasis on educating the children and youth on traffic rules and safe motorcycle driving technique in order to instill a proper fundamental at an early age. In terms of vehicles, Thailand is contracting party of the 1958 agreement concerning the adoption of harmonized technical United Nations regulations for wheeled vehicles. Equipment and parts which can be fitted and or be used on wheeled vehicle and the condition of reciprocal recognition of approvals granted on the basis of these United Nations regulations. Thus, emphasis is placed on aligning domestic regulation on vehicle standard with the UN regulations. Vehicle inspection services are also being strictly monitored to ensure the same standard across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Thailand. May I now invite distinguished delegate from Maldives, please, to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The UN Sustainable Development Goal contain 2 global targets on road safety. We are once again reiterating the importance of halving the number of global deaths and injuries from road traffic crashes and calls for improving road safety in the provision of access to transport systems and expanding public transport in order to achieve the Agenda 2030. Taking note of the many significant work undertaken by the UN ESCAP Secretariat in assisting with the capacity development needs of the member states to increase the road safety in the Asia-Pacific region, the delegation of Maldives wishes to take this opportunity to briefly put forward a request to organize and conduct a workshop in the Maldives on capacity building and road safety. We are confident that such a program will enrich the capacity gaps that developing countries like ours, whose resources are stretched thin, continue to face. The program will also assist in strengthening road safety governance and best practices for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We look forward to working together in actualizing this request. I would also like to take this opportunity to convey that Maldives supports the endorsement of the draft regional plan for the decade of action for road safety for the current decade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Maldives. Next, I call upon the distinguished delegate from India to take the floor, please.
Madam Chair, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, National Urban Transport Policy has been introduced by Government of India with the objective to plan for the people rather than vehicles by providing sustainable mobility and accessibility to all citizens, to jobs, education, social services, and recreation at affordable cost and within the reasonable time frame. To improve and encourage a clean fuel-based public transport, Government of India has introduced a national electric bus program. This program envisages the deployment of 50,000 electric buses across the country till 2027. The program is a unique model where electric buses demand for various cities across the country is aggregated and tender conditions, and the bus specifications are homogenized across the cities to get the benefit of economies of scale. The Intelligent Transport System scheme has been notified by the Government of India to provide financial assistance to state transport undertakings for strengthening ITS in public transport, and with the objective of improving the accessibility, connectivity, and service offerings of public transportation in India. Under the Nirbhaya framework, Government of India is supporting in setting up of monitoring centers to implement the vehicle tracking system in the states. The proposed system envisages enhancing the safety of the women and the girl children by equipping all the public passenger transport vehicles with the location tracking devices and emergency buttons for raising an alarm in case of an emergency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from India. Next, I call upon the distinguished delegate from Japan to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report. Japan takes seriously the issue of road safety and has taken measures to steadily bring down the number of traffic fatalities every single year over the last 6 years, bringing fatalities to just 2,600 individuals, or just 0.002% of the population in the most recent year. Currently, we are in the middle of drafting a long-term and comprehensive road traffic safety vision and basic strategy involving various ministries. In terms of implementation of our road safety measures, most recently under the 11th Traffic Safety 5-Year Plan, Japan has taken a multi-pronged cross-sectoral approach of improving traffic safety of the most vulnerable, such as the elderly and children, reinforcing compliance to traffic rules, including for bicyclists, and increasing penalties against drunk driving and other risky practices and behaviors involving different parts of government and information to ensure an effective and reinforced compliance and response. The result, as we said earlier, speaks for itself. Japan stands to share knowledge and best practices for enhancing traffic safety in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Japan. Now I invite the distinguished delegate from International Road Assessment Program to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for the reports. As you know, we're in the second decade of action for road safety, 2021 to 2030 right now. Enormous progress is being made, as we've heard in many of the reports, but there is much more needed to achieve what we promised our communities, a halving of road deaths and injuries by 2030. The International Road Assessment Programme, or IRAP, is a charity dedicated to creating a world free of high-risk roads. Through our partnerships for 2030 Impact, we're collaborating with thousands of partners around the world to find ways to make every journey a safe one. We're supporting implementation of the Global Plan for the Decade of Action, the United Nations Global Road Safety Performance Targets, which aim to ensure that all travel or the most travel occurs on roads rated 3 stars or better. And we're also very supportive of the UN ESCAP Regional Plan for Road Safety. Many countries in the region have already set objective, evidence-based policy targets that align with the global plan and the regional plan. In this region, that includes Vietnam and Australia, for instance, but farther afield, it also includes countries like Uganda and Brazil. Those countries are now focused and able to celebrate success with every 3-star or better road upgrade in their country, and your country can too. The IRAP methodology and tools are freely available worldwide. With those tools, partners in government, development banks, research institutes, NGOs, and the private sector are star rating roads, schools, and designs for safety. They're creating practical, effective plans for investment in life-saving road improvements, building local road safety capacity and expertise. They're establishing and monitoring policies that will see most travel on 3-star roads or better for everyone, including the ESCAP regional strategy, and creating design standards such as the ESCAP safety standard for the Asian highway network. More than 1 million kilometres have now been star rated worldwide using the IRAP tools. Our latest analysis of a sample of assessments of those roads across 83 countries helped to explain why road trauma is still so common. For example, 82% of roads where there's pedestrians and speeds are 40 kilometres an hour or more still have no formal sidewalks. 76% of roads where speeds are 80 kilometres an hour or more still don't have median separation, meaning that people are killed in head-on crashes with alarming predictability. 35% of pedestrian crossings on those roads are still in poor condition, and more than 50% of travel for vulnerable road users is still on 1- and 2-star roads. Those are concerning statistics, but they also point to the enormous opportunities that we have to protect our communities. Good speed management and infrastructure, such as 30-kilometre-hour speeds in busy built-up areas, bicycle lanes, sidewalks, raised slow-speed pedestrian crossings and safety barriers are like vaccines. With them, we can eradicate road death and serious injury. These types of treatments have large positive multiplier effects as well. Protected bicycle lanes not only save lives, but for every $200 spent, 1 tonne of greenhouse gas emissions is mitigated each year. Street lighting at intersections improves safety for everyone, but we also know it's an important factor in ensuring people, especially women, feel comfortable when they're walking. Providing a 5-star walking and cycling environment will stimulate greater use of public transport, which must be a part of our strategy for safe and sustainable journeys, especially in Asia, where more than 100,000 people are moving to the cities every day. Cities such as Bangkok, Jakarta, Manila are showing how to stimulate sustainable transport by providing the option for people to take public transport. Investment in safe and sustainable infrastructure is one of the best ways for governments to stimulate economies, with more than $8 of benefit for every $1 invested in safe infrastructure development. Infrastructure investment boosts economic activity, it creates jobs, and it leaves a positive legacy of economic growth that is more resilient, sustainable, and productive. So I really urge everyone here today to make full use of the ESCAP regional strategy for road safety and make full use of the freely available IRAP tools as part of your commitment to ensuring that every journey on your roads and streets is safe. Our lives really depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from the International Road Assessment Program. Next, I call upon the distinguished delegate from the United Nations Office for Project Services, UNOPS, to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, UNOPS is delighted to be part of this Committee on Transport 7th session and its vital role to support the development of sustainable, resilient, inclusive, and also safe transport. Safe transport, which is sustainable, resilient, and inclusive, is a fundamental part of our sustainable development agenda, particularly in the support of Sustainable Development Goals, and more specifically targets 3.6, half the number of deaths and injuries caused by road traffic accidents worldwide, and 11.2, provide access to safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable transport systems for all, and improve road safety with particular attention to women, children, older persons, and persons with disabilities. The Global Status Report on Road Safety 2018, published by the World Health Organization in December 2018, highlights that the number of annual road traffic deaths has reached 1.35 million. That is one death every 24 seconds. Southeast Asia has the highest rate of road traffic fatalities per 100,000 inhabitants. And the situation is getting worse rather than better. Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, and Laos are in the top 12 countries with the highest death rate in the region. In the Philippines, as in other low and middle-income countries, road traffic deaths have been increasing in recent years. From a total of 6,806 in 2006, this number had risen to 12,690 in 2016, which is a 86% total increase and an average 6.2% annual increase in fatalities over a 10-year period. We tend to think that deaths and injuries due to traffic accidents are predominantly the responsibility of users, and we mistakenly believe that the vast majority of accidents are caused by human error. And subsequently, our efforts tend to be focused on improving the capacity of the human factor for the reduction of victims of this sad global pandemic. However, there are important factors which are often missing when assessing the problem or identifying solutions. Traffic accidents never occur for a single reason. There are many factors, not only in the human, but also in the vehicle and especially in the infrastructure that affect and contribute to an accident. We are humans. We make mistakes. Even those who drive drunk or speeded, texting, or just distracted does not want to die and does not want to kill anybody. A human mistake should never cost a life. Following the limited success of the first decade of action for road safety, 2011-2020, the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution A74L86, improving global road safety, which proclaims the second decade of action for road safety 2021-2030, with the aim of halving the number of deaths and serious injuries from road traffic accidents by 2030. All of us must be committed to this goal of the United Nations, prioritizing life in our transport development objectives. The United Nations Office for Project Services, as an agency of the United Nations with a mandate in infrastructure, is the agency most and best able to work on two of the 5 essential pillars of the United Nations road safety. In the Pillar 2, safer roads and streets, the design and modification of transit routes to make them safer not only reduces accidents, but more importantly, modifies the behavior of the user of the transport routes. In the Pillar 5, the response after accidents, not only we must ensure good care for victims of road traffic accidents and seek a perfect reintegration into society, we must ensure that victims are cared for in a minimum space of time to expose to exponentially increase the probability of survival by designing safe or alternative fast routes, safe and efficient transportation of the injured and strategically located care centers. In summary, UNOPS, as an agency of the UN, is committed to working hard in support of sustainable, resilient and inclusive transport, and above all, safe. In these 3 minutes that I have been talking, 7 people have died for a road crash in the world. Thank you to all.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from the United Nations Office for Project Services. Next, I call upon the distinguished delegate from the Asian Institute of Transport Development to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Considering its magnitude and consequent severe negative impact on the economy, public health, and general welfare of the people, the road safety is one of the most important focused area of work of the Asian Institute of Transport Development, AITD. The institute has partnered with Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, ESCAP, Asian Development Bank, etc., in taking and implementing a number of initiatives for promotion of road safety. The institute, in collaboration with UNESCAP, organized regional seminar on road safety. The country representatives in the seminar expressed their keen desire that the institute as a regional body should organize similar training courses in road safety. The institute would be pleased to organize such courses. The institute also organized a regional conference on road safety and regional connectivity in South Asia, Sub-Regional Economic Cooperation, SESEC, in collaboration with Asian Development Bank and Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. The conference noted with concern that a large body of engineering and road safety professionals have not been exposed to emerging societal requirements and technological advancement. The institute partnered with UNESCAP in implementing of a project relating to improvement of driving license system in Lao PDR Republic. The project was financed under the UN Road Safety Fund. The institute would be pleased to partner for more such programs in the coming year. The institute employed state-of-art curricula and training material based on which training of more than 3,600 road professionals in road safety, engineering, and road safety audit in India was conducted. The institute also worked out a system of accreditation of road safety auditors. The system was further developed and implemented in the country. Having regard to rich experience and expertise, the institute will be happy to organize training program, workshops, seminars in association with UNESCAP, multilateral bodies and country organization in road safety. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from the Asian Institute of Transport Development. I have no other speaker on my list. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item at this time, please?
It's IGOs, but I think it's EEC. У нас нету списка, какая вкусная.
Sorry, I can see distinguished delegate from EEC that, yes, you have the floor, please, yes.
Да, уважаемая госпожа председатель, делегаты, присутствующие, благодарю за представленную возможность присутствовать сегодня и сообщить, что я представляю Департамент транспорта и инфраструктуры Евразийской экономической комиссии. Хочу сказать, что комиссия является постоянно действующим регулирующим органом Евразийского экономического союза. Его основное назначение – это обеспечение условий функционирования и развития Евразийского экономического союза. Функционирование и развитие Евразийского экономического союза идет в русле решения тех задач и вызовов, с которыми сталкиваются страны всего остального мира. И, собственно говоря, мы разрабатываем также перспективные рекомендации, концепции, проекты, которые позволят использовать имеющийся потенциал стран-участниц Союза и достичь синергетического эффекта от эффективного использования этих потенциалов. Хочу сказать, что, в частности, касаясь сегодняшнего заседания по транспорту, страны ЕАЭС также вносят свой большой вклад в международные усилия по борьбе с изменением климата. И одно из направлений стратегических развития Союза до 2025 года – это разработка концепции формирования и внедрения зеленой экономики. Также в ходе обсуждения мультимодальных перевозок хочу сказать, что в этом году мы выпускаем рекомендацию об организации в Евразийском экономическом союзе смешанных перевозок и предложениях по совершенствованию права Союза в части осуществления контейнерных перевозок. Вот. В следующем году мы планируем выпустить концепцию по интеллектуальным транспортным системам. В настоящее время в комиссии проводится большая работа по цифровизации грузовых железнодорожных перевозок, целью которой является обеспечение транзитных грузовых перевозок железнодорожным транспортом по направлениям запад-восток и север-юг без использования бумажного документа оборота на территории Союза. И в этой связи хочу сказать, что мы заинтересованы принимать участие на ваших площадках экспертных в обсуждениях таких актуальных вопросов транспорта и в продолжении, в частности, работы по вашим руководящим инструкциям по мультимодальным перевозкам, если таковая будет проводиться. Вот. А также пригласить ESCAP участвовать в наших экспертных заседаниях, обсуждениях актуальных вопросов транспорта и проведении каких-то совместных мероприятий, потому что, как показывает практика, мы двигаемся в обсуждении одних и тех же вопросов параллельными направлениями, и, собственно говоря, будет очень полезно, если у нас будет возможность иногда проводить такие совместные мероприятия. Спасибо большое.
Thank you, distinguished delegates from Euro-Asian Economic Commission. No one is there, no? I have no other speaker on my list. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item at this moment? I see none. Distinguished delegates, this concludes our discussion for item 3C. The general consensus that I can discern from the interventions is that the committee endorses the regional plan of action for Asia and the Pacific for the second decade of action for road safety 2021-2030, contained in the annex to the document ESCAP/CTR/2022/5. Continue this one. Distinguished delegates, let's now move to the agenda item 4, other matters. As the first matter under this agenda item, I would like to report on behalf of the Bureau on the status of credentials of representatives of members to the 7th Commission of the Committee on Transport, in accordance with the Rule 12 of the Rules of the Procedure of the Commission. The Bureau of 7th Session of the Committee on Transport examined the credentials of the representatives of 35 member states submitted in accordance with the Rule 11 of the Rules of the Procedure of the Commission and found them to be in order. The Bureau decided to defer any action on the credentials pertaining to the representatives of Myanmar at the 7th session of the Committee on Transport, pending a decision by the General Assembly on the representation of Myanmar and in line with General Assembly Resolution 396 Roman 5 of 14 December 1950, acknowledging the report of the Credentials Committee of the General Assembly at its 76th session. May I take it that it is the wish of the conference to take note of the report of the Bureau. No objection. I see no objections. It is so decided. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, are there any other matters which any member would like to bring to the attention of the committee? No one. See now. I see none. Oh, right. Sorry. I recognize the delegate from OTIF, Organization for International Carriage by Rail, Switzerland. I invite the distinguished delegate to take the floor, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very pleased and honored to have been given the opportunity to make a short statement at this 7th session of ESCAP Committee on Transport. I am the Secretary General of OTIF, a 129-year-old international organization based in Bern, Switzerland. OTIF's goal is to ensure legal and technical interoperability for cross-border railway transport. OTIF's legal framework ensures that the same legal rules are applied in 51 member states. Of particular importance for OTIF is the international aspect. Railways are best when operated successfully on a larger scale. That means across borders. One of OTIF and ESCAP's important challenges is the development of Euro-Asian transport by rail. The proportion of rail freight transport in the Euro-Asian region is growing steadily, as it is cheaper than air transport and faster than maritime transport. Close cooperation between all organizations involved in the development of international rail transport is of utmost importance in order to develop synergies between work programs, avoid duplication of work, and provide maximum effective use of the resources and experience available. A very good example of international cooperation is the common CIM-SNGS consignment node, which enables the harmonized organization and operation of international rail freight transport between members of OTIF and OSGD. Despite the current geopolitical situation, the underlying worldwide political conditions for international rail transport have never been so favorable. We really have the opportunity to make rail transport the transport mode of the 21st century. All the megatrends, such as the requisite sustainability of transport, urbanization, digitalization, and demographic changes would seem to favor the railways. International railway transport should in future be the backbone of a sustainable and multimodal land transport system. To achieve a sustainable worldwide transport system, rail transport is indispensable. Freight transport by rail, long-distance passenger transport by rail, and commuter trains provide the best solution to reach the agreed climate goals. On behalf of OTIF, I should like to wish the 7th session of ESCAP's Committee of Transport every success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from the International Organization for International Carriage by Rail in Switzerland. Distinguished delegates, this brings our formal discussions to an end. I understand at this stage the Secretariat has some important announcements to make. I give the floor to Mr. Wren, the Director of the Transport Division. Mr. Wren, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So before this afternoon's session is adjourned, I would like to remind the delegation that side event expert group meeting on sustainable maritime connectivity in the Pacific will take place tomorrow from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock at conference room 3. 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, conference room 3. Also, a side event, North-South Corridor Opportunities and Challenges, will be held from 12 o'clock to 13:30 at conference room 4, from 12 to 1:30 p.m. at conference room 4. And also a side event on data-driven sustainable urban transport in ASEAN metropolitan regions will be held from 12:30 to 13:30 at conference room 3. From 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. at conference room 3. So finally, please note that the draft report for this committee session will be made available at 12 hours tomorrow. So we will start adoption of the report in this conference room at 14 hours. Finally, I remind that an evaluation questionnaire will be sent to you through email to seek your tomorrow to seek your views on the relevance, effectiveness, and quality of the 7th session of the Committee on Transport. So distinguished delegates, please take just a few minutes to fill in the questionnaire to help improve the future sessions. Thank you for taking the time to provide the Secretariat with your feedback. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wren, for these two important announcements. I hope all delegations have taken good note. I repeat for clarity, at 12 hours, a draft report of committee will be made available to all delegations. We will begin the adoption of the committee report for this session tomorrow, 25th November 2022, at 14 hours in this conference room. Distinguished delegates, let us adjourn for the day. I thank you for your active participation and deliberations. I wish you all a pleasant evening. Thank you.